Oh, all right. Welcome everyone. Sorry, I usually start around about the 3-minute mark. I just accidentally let time pass me. I don't know what happened for the last 2 minutes. The last 2 minutes felt like 30 seconds. So yeah, welcome everyone. It is the last day of the month, which means I've got to do a retrospective tonight, and I've got to do what we're planning on doing next month today. So we might start off with that, then we'll jump back into the code. So yeah, let's go to NearBeach. All right, we'll open up that. We'll open up this. So yeah, we said we probably won't do that. But we still want to do re-implementation of the story points and stuff like that. Let's start right out our blog. All right, blogs. Let's pick a new hero image. I've got to go out and take some more images and so forth like that. I just haven't had time. So let's do bamboo sticks. Yeah, I only have a couple there, and I really want to use a lot more. This is the one problem. All right, cool. On ad break, and I've got to refresh my page over here. All right, cool. Yeah, whilst the ads are on, welcome. If you're seeing this, yeah, we're running this whilst the ads are on, so that way no one misses any of the content. If you're watching this proactively, just skip. Just really skip. It's fine. Only talking here and stuff like that, and the ads went away. Or are they still running? Don't know. Okay, that's weird. Still got 30 minutes pre-rolls. All right, off. Cool, let's jump into it. I'm not going to pick background color and stuff like that. I kind of like that how it is. This is a development blog. Middle of the year. Sorry. We have almost reached the middle of the year. It is time to think about what other features we want to develop in NearBeach. All right, cool. The blog content, we always have an alert blog. So if you have a look at this, it's always this working document. And then it's just an info. Socks. So this is the working document we are currently keeping. This updated during the month of June 2024. Any crossed out items have been completed. Yep, cool. And then we add in the bug count of bugs, which is just this sort of widget here, which goes on everything. The idea being is so you can quickly look at where we are with NearBeach and so forth like that. So currently we've got 22. That's actually meant to be 23. 23 bugs. And I'm hoping these live ones, music doesn't always work. Oh, sorry, that's really loud for everyone. I do apologize. All right, so all right, we've done full site testing, so we're happy with it. Documentation, improvements to unit tests, stuff like that. So we're just going to go with rich text editor. All right, cool. And we're going to go. Now, I've forgotten what I usually use for these. Yeah. Yeah, page header. What am I trying to say? And hey, Juin, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, welcome. I do hope you are enjoying my content. At the moment, because it's the end of the month, we're writing up a blog post. So usually at the end of the month, I write up one of these blog posts, and what it does is sort of outlines what I want to actually tackle next month. So yeah. I'm just gonna copy all of this. I'm just gonna paste it in. Realize that I'm using the Mac shortcut keys because I've been on a Mac all day, and switch over to my usual shortcut keys. So now with upgrade. So we've done a full site test. We've focused on the Gantt chart and stuff like that. So full site test. With the implementation of new features, we are actually, I'm not going to say full site test this month. So I'm going to say testing new and improved features. We have implemented new features over the last 2 months. These will need to not only be documented, but tested thoroughly. Cool. Documentation with the support of... All right, cool. We've actually done that. We wrote that up. Okay. So we want to rewrite this. So looking at expanding existing documentation. Currently, documentation on how to use NearBeach is threadbare, which it is. These, yep. Oh, socks, be careful. Sorry, I'm talking to my cat who likes to stand on things. Here she is, in your bed. Good girl. There are many other sections of NearBeach that currently do not have any documentation, customer status tags, and administration sections. So yeah, we do need to actually sit down and literally just write. It's not the most fun thing to do. We might do it on a stream. All right, so we did implement unit tests. So we're happy with that. Improvements to, yeah, that's stock standard. So yeah, sadly, the first sort of this is always going to be the same and so forth like that. It's because it's always ongoing. And I might move that section down and focus on new objects that are going to happen. And I might do that right now. So rich text. That was weird. Thank you. All right, what version of Braco am I on again? All right, yeah, I need to update that this weekend. So usually with the new section, we'll have an image. We'll grab an image in a minute. So we'll go new features. And what we want to do is, hey, Aiden, how are you going on this Friday? Hopefully you're going well. we're just doing the monthly report stuff. All right, so this will, I'll just copy this because we need to expand that. You're doing well, just doing work? Oh, fair enough. Like paid work? Because if it is, that's exciting. Implementation of scheduled projects and tasks. So continuing off last month's work on this new feature, we will contract work. Suit today. Yeah, I know. My dressing gown's a bit dirty. My jumper I spilt yogurt on. By spilt, I mean it got caught in my beard and fell. And I was like, you know what? I don't have anything to wear. So I was like, you know what? Screw it. I'll just wear this jacket. So, yeah, I'm fancy today. I should get Socks to wear her tie. Where do I have that in this room? I don't think I do. No, I don't have it in this room. Yeah. I actually have 3 suits, so which is nice. I've just collected them over the years. So I got one when I was in Thailand. This one was for my brother's wedding, and another one for another wedding. You just got a new suit. Oh, nice. I will say people do look good in them. I just need haircut and trim. I'm not logged in, so I can't show the Instagram post. But yeah, there's I might be on Twitter. It'll take me ages to find it though. There's a picture of me in this suit at my brother's wedding. So yeah, it looks nice. It's probably on Twitter from last year around April. You Socks, are you happy chewing that? Ugh. That sound it makes. Sorry, Socks is wanting to chew the little thing. Alright, so what we want to do is we want to state that we're continuing on with this. This feature has already been started. We will continue developing this feature during this month. And then users will be able to schedule daily, any day of the week, weekly, fortnightly, monthly, etc. All right, the template and scheduler of. All right, so, and hey, Nocturnal, how are you? I kind of wish that I could force this client to use Teams or Slack or something instead of email. Yeah, yes. Yeah, especially for... And hey, Pip, how are you? Morning. Hopefully you're feeling better than the other day. So, yeah. And drop everyone. I will have to get my partner that Find a Cat game. I think he will love it. You are? Okay, that's great to hear. Alright, what am I trying to say here? We have been able to create the template section of this feature and are currently, as of May the 31st, 2024, and currently building the scheduled section of this feature. All right, sweet. Now the next thing that we want to sort of implement is this. So we want to bring back in the story points for NearBeach for those 3 objects. All right, yep. And we won't put the retrospective in at the moment because I haven't written the retrospective. We should. I'm just wondering if we should retake this photo. How am I? There's a whole... I'm going good, thank you very much. Yeah, can't complain. I'm kind of caffeinated up today, so it will probably be a long stream. So yeah, I guess it worked in my advantage that he uses email since it takes me longer to do since I'm getting an hourly rate. No hates me today. Oh, did you land in the corner? Oh, and Pip, you got 40. Nice. So I'm just wondering. Let's see. I don't have my local running, do I? No, I don't. I don't even have npm run watch running. There we go. Let's do localhost. I will jump in as dark admin. Now, I think that's just because we don't have the data, and there we go. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this. Oh, I don't have the all right, let's do that. Let's go take screenshot. Let's save visible, take screenshot, save full page. There's 3 columns. Can people see this? Am I going crazy? There's 3 columns. Take screenshot, see visible, and I only see 2 here. I'm going crazy, right? And thank you very much for the follow. This is where I really screw up your name again. Sorry. Duin. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. Thank you very much for the follow. It is greatly appreciated. If I just download that and I just open it up. Yeah, it's cut it off. All right, not a problem. I've got a print screen here. And thank you very much for the follow, Pingu. So yeah, greatly appreciated. And yeah, howdy, how are you? Hopefully you're going well. We are just writing up our blog at the moment. So I've got to go to media. Got to go to, not hero images, sorry, blogs. And let's do June 2024. No one can really pronounce it. Oh, fair enough. I'm terrible at pronouncing things anyway. I'm not wearing the shirt right now, but I pronounced meringue minguini one day. And someone actually made me a t-shirt. They lost it. They absolutely lost it. I just couldn't pronounce it correctly. So yeah, they got me a t-shirt. All right, 11th of September. That's today. Let's open up that. There's our file. So we want to go into the blog, add content. We just want an image block. We want to go into blogs. June, we want this one. Screenshot of the new My Planner feature in NearBeach. We got a lot done this month. And then I want to place that in between those two. And I just want to save and publish. All right, let's see how it is. They've got new features, usual monthly. So I've moved the usual monthly stuff because usually it's copy and paste at this particular point, down towards the bottom. I will implement the retroactive stuff later. So there we go, everyone. Now we've done that, let's actually jump into developing. And I was meant to go into dark admin or... Oh, that's prod. Whoops. My bad. Localhost. Alright, so we were doing scheduled objects. We were creating a new scheduled object. Alright, and down here, this is where we're changing it and putting in the fields and so forth like that. So I'm starting to think this is getting a bit long. We had a problem with long forms and stuff like that. It tends to, if you've got a really long form on a page, it just doesn't feel really good. We could implement this wizard functionality again, and that won't be hard for us to actually do. So yeah, but for the moment, let's just tackle on getting it in and then dealing with that at a later date, because that will require us to do a little bit of dev, and we've got to figure out, hey, is it worth it? Let's not, you know, spend too much time now working a new functionality where we want to make sure this functionality is working. All right, so over here, what we've got is with the daily / set day. So we decided to squeeze the daily and set day into one, because the only difference is set day of the week will have, you just tick all boxes for all of them. Oops, sorry, I'm going to close that. So we've got to figure out how this will look. We've got start date. I'm going to shrink that into half. Then we should have one that states whether it has an end date or not. And how will that look? So let's go over into the code. Let's go scheduled frequency. Let's go. We've got this. We want the 6. Yeah, we only want a half row here. And if we were to draw this out, let's just draw it out. So we've got start date. Then we'll have our little date picker. Then we'll have, now there's one of two ways we can do it. We can have end date over here. Have it like so. And then this is where I need people's opinions. Because we've got the field. Whoa. Has end date. We can put it here. Has end date. Like so. Simple checkbox. And then over here we can have a simple int thing being like number of days or number of repeats. What do we call it? Number of, yeah, repeats. Now this is where I need people's opinion, whether or not that should belong below or above. I want to keep the start date and end date next to each other because that makes sense. At the moment, I'm leaning on has end date at the bottom, and then what will actually happen is when it's ticked, this section will pop in. When it's not ticked, it'll pop out. which is very easy to do. That's just a simple VF. And everyone's happy when that happens. I mean, I could just throw that in right now. Yeah, let's just throw that in. So, I would think the number of repeats should be either at the bottom or just to the side of it. Yeah, I'm just wondering about space-wise up here. And, I mean, I can have start date and then have that little tick box and then have the end date underneath. So, if we go option 1 up here. And then let's redraw option 2 down here. So we go start date. We've got ourselves a little date time picker. Then we've got ourselves end date. And then we have a massive brain fart and do something silly. I did it again. Because I keep looking up at this for reference when I shouldn't be. And then we have has end date. And then number of repeats. In which case, it's this section that will have the VF. Oh, hey, Max. I would think number of repeats should either be at the bottom or the side of it. Looking at the space on the page, I think the bottom would be best due to the spacing of the page. Yeah. So yeah, I've got two options. The idea being is we either make this vertical appear or this row appear and hide depending on this value. So, and we can quickly throw this together because it won't take me long to move things, around. Kind of now leaning on this one. All right, let's do this one. So this will be column 8. Yep, all right, cool. What I actually need is a div class equals row. And then I need to 23, 32. All right, I need to delete those 10 lines. And then div class equals col md6. And then we'll have a div class equals form control here. We've got a label for, and this will be show end date. All right. All right, what are we calling it? Has end date. Okay, v model is going to be called has end date. Like So, and the label, I need to put that into the data. Like so. Has end date. If I go here and I hit refresh, oh. Forgot the little type. Oh, I don't like that. It'll take you a while for you to catch up on this. Oh, that's fine. So what I'm building is an open source project management system called NearBeach. So let me just open up a new tab so we don't lose this tab. The idea being is you can collect very basic sort of organization and customer details. So for example, let's go list customers. We got the socks Fluffy. I haven't actually updated on this database her go run this first. Her profile. Let's just do that. Yeah, you can get basic customer and organization details. You've got a Kanban board. You can gather user requirements from there. You'll be able to build projects and tasks. And when you're ready to deploy, you've got requests for changes. So yeah, at the moment we're building a scheduler. So the idea being is you will have tasks that you want to, repetitive tasks which you want to schedule at a certain frequency. So at the moment we've built the template functionality so that users can schedule that template. We're now building the scheduler side of things. So the idea is once we've finished the scheduler, users will be able to schedule these things going out. I then got to learn Celery, and I've got to learn how to get it so that it will run at a certain time. So yeah, and then sort of relay that information into the Docker build and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I've still got a week of work to do. Just asking how many people have helped on this. And I don't know if that ad break has hit you. So I'm going to go straight into ad time so you're not missing out on that question. And I'll answer it when the ad break has finished. You think it's in 1 minute? Yeah, I've got a countdown on my side. It's about 1 minute and 5 seconds. However, it depends on people. I have found that certain ads will only run for 1 minute for me when I'm watching someone, but other people are stating on the same stream that they're still in ads. So yeah. Now you can yeah, yep. Yeah, for me, being in Australia, usually I get about 45 seconds for a time delay. So if a streamer asks me something, it feels like forever, like they're staring at the screen. So, yeah. All right, we've got about 15 seconds left. Okay, 8, 7. All right, and we've also got socks here too. Cool, welcome back. Anyway, to answer your question, which I don't blame you, that was just no one can time the ads correctly and stuff like that. So yeah, it's just the instant you asked that the ads popped up. So to answer your question, how many people are how many people have already on this? I'm assuming that's one of two things. As for using it, I do have a couple of people using it, which is great, and they're giving me feedback, which is awesome. As for people who are developing it, I'm mostly the main lead, but I do actually get help from Nocturnal, who's been one. Aiden has also helped too. And other people have submitted some pull requests before, which is good. I do kind of want more people using it, so they give me that feedback, so that way I can improve it and make their life a lot easier with project management and so forth like that. And I do want to extend it in the near future, so I will show. Oh, and yeah, Minio support. Yep. Definitely the refactoring stuff, especially around the database. And yeah. So the idea is there's still a lot of work to do in NearBeach. Usually when people give me an idea, it goes in one of two places. If their idea is more UI UX, I include that as a bug, usually towards user experience and user interface sort of bugs. So I'll put that in our bug tracking software, which is UTrack. Otherwise, if it's something which doesn't really fall into that, it'll get into a feature which gets put into NearBeach's Kanban board. So yeah. For example, yeah, we've got this. This functionality will be coming soon. Yeah. Why is everyone's text box green but not yours? Because they're mods, I think. So I'm using Stream Parrot. Which is done by a streamer, CM Griffin. So yeah, he works on this. I think I clicked that just to log in. Yeah. Yeah. And I can change it here. So yeah, mod background is green, subscriber blue, VIP purple, and notification is yellow. So yeah. So yeah, there's a lot of work still happening with NearBeach. I am very open to ideas and so forth like that. So for example, this little ability to collapse these lanes was actually given to me by Nocturnal and Pip. The ability to stop the cards from being dragged was from Pip. Someone came on chat and was like, hey, could you make it so that there's a ghost sort of outline whenever you're moving the cards? That was someone on stream. So yeah, small little improvements here and there hopefully makes it a lot easier for everyone else. So yeah. Anyway, with this, I definitely don't like how it's there. Seeing if we add in a simple break, how far will it go down? Or oh, I don't like that. Okay. I'm gonna get rid of the form control. Because yeah, that looked horrible, the form control. And I think we want this. Yeah, we still want it like this. But if I hit refresh, we've got this up at the top. So this label, we can do, let's see, margin auto does nothing. All right. So what we could do with the one above, we can do display flex, justify, no, it is align items center. And that works a lot better. As you see, it centers. I kind of want it centered with this one. can do n there, and then what we could do is we could knock the pixels up a little bit. Yeah, I think that would be a good solution. Yeah, the Bitfin has been the cause of a few features, yes. So yeah, I'm happy for people to use it. I got feedback a couple of years ago during one of the Hacktoberfests being like NearBeach is really complicated to install and stuff like that. So we spent ages implementing the sort of Docker builds and so forth like that. If you're interested, you can actually get it up and running depending on your knowledge of Docker well within 10 minutes. All right, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to... What we're going to have... We're going to have a specific class for this. So we're going to go to Sass. We're going to go to components. This is going to definitely belong under cards. It's just going to go at the end. So we've got has end date. We're going to go display flex. Item align items. We're going to go flex end. And then underneath, we're going to have an input. And then padding bottom is going to be 12 pixels. My computer crashes every time I use Docker. Ooh, damn. That is not good at all. The only thing I can think of is either corrupt RAM or just not enough. I've been lucky I haven't had that problem. Okay, we're just waiting. It's going to fix up itself in a second. Maybe not. Ah, I wasn't meant to put it on the input. I was meant to put it on the label. Yeah, Podman is also a good alternative. So, the good news is we support Podman out of the box too. And the instructions are extremely similar between Podman and Docker. So NearBeach.read the docs. I think I pushed this into master branch. Fair enough. Quick install with Podman. So yeah, we do have Podman details. So yeah, I don't know if... Yeah, I don't know if you can run Podman if you can't run Docker. I'm not sure. So. Alright, there we go. So we've got the start date, has end date. Sweet, let's go into this. Let's then do another row. So I'm going to go start date here. I'm gonna bring that up like that and do that. We're gonna add in a BR right here. And then what we need is div class equals Podman and Docker both use C groups, which is the underlying technology. Yeah. For container. Damn. All right, we want a row. Now, much like up here, we want to call MD6. We want 2 of those. I'm just going to minimize this. I don't need this. I want more code space. I'm going to copy this and pretty much, so 24 to 30 plus 1 is 7. And then 33 to 39 is 6 plus. All right, that's. Cool. So end date picker. We've got type date. We've got that. We want to change that to end date model. Actions. We've got no actions whatsoever. We want to clear all those actions. Classes form control, and we want the end is date disabled. Yeah, so we want to create one which is end date disabled. And what we want to do is we want to get return start date is greater or equal to end date, I think. And we need an end date model. So that will belong up here. End date model. That's going to be a 0. We fill those out when we mount. So this dot start date is that, and then this dot end date model will equal the temp date dot get time plus. So we've got 1,000 times 60 times 60 times 24 times 7 days. I mean, in reality, we could go 14 for 2 weeks, but I feel like 7's good. All right, so that will schedule that, and that should pop up. I've just realized we don't need this. What we need is we need to state, now we drew this, number of repeats. And then we have an input type equals integer. Type is number. V model equals, or if there's an end date and start date, and all right. Number of repeats. I think that's it. All right. Well, hopefully your computer's fine. Hopefully it doesn't crash. Number of repeats is going to be 0. Yeah, I think. You can fix it after it crash. Fair enough. All right, so we've got it set up like this. Let's have a look what that looks like when we just render it out. We need up here the label of end date. need form control in there. Okay, class equals form control. And there it goes. So we got that in there. Now these will be linked. And we only need to show them if the has end date, if has end date. That's it. So we're just waiting a little while, and then hit reload. Has end date. Boom. All right. Cool. Oh, sorry. Bit of a yawn. So after that, what we have is we got these to show now. And that's pretty much it. So what we want is a simple div class equals row, and then I'm just putting that in there for the moment. I won't put the label in. I know there's a way that we've got to do this properly. I'm just laying this out visually first. All right, so there's 7 Mondays. It's a nightmare. I fully understand. Okay. Not exactly how we wanted to show it. So if we go call MD1 for all of them, screw this. All right. Week array. Saturday and then Sunday. Yay. Cool. Be great if I could type that out a lot faster. So, what we want here is we're going to add in a for loop statement. So v for day in week array. Easy, done. And then the label will simply just be day.text, and the value would just be a vbind. And day.value. Simple as that. That way, I don't need to play around with everything. I can just do this very quickly, and there we go. We've got that all laid out. So what we could potentially do is not actually do that. We could look at shortening the names. Like so. And then all we need to do is text align everything. Well, for the first hour has been logged another £15 in the bank account. Oh, nice. That is good news. Congratulations. So, yeah. It's a good feeling, isn't it? When you're like, yay, I did this. You should feel proud. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna say definitely don't need it too long. I think one along is good. Let's fix that up. Makes me feel less pain using this painful CRM system. Fair enough. Sorry, just wondering if there's a class I could use. Because if there is, I can just do that. Then what I could do is I could just get rid of this. What is it? Text centered. Like so. Then that should center all of that. And then what we need to do, label for vbind for equals, and this is where we're going to use this, and we're going to go checkbox underscore day.value, and then what we want to do is I want to split this onto multiple lines because now it's getting complicated. vbind id equals, and then we do this, and then we go checkbox underscore and then day.value, or yeah, value. Shame I capped at 15 hours a month, but oh well. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, they just don't want to overspend, which I can understand. And there we go. And then if we click on these, should be the same as clicking on that. Perfect. I mean, it's just a basic sort of layout of Monday to Friday type of thing. Later on, what we might want to do is select which are the weekends. You're a very expensive person. Yeah. Yeah, I was shocked the first time I actually saw the numbers of how much I was being charged out at my last job. I was like, holy hell. It's a lot of money. Alright, so what we need to do is this will be on a VF sort of statement. We also need to assign this to a model. And this is where we go down here. You know, that's a weak array. I'm going to say day model. I'm going direct client to client, and was told openly by the company I could work for others as well. Oh, that's good at least. That is actually really good. Hopefully you can start up a portfolio quickly and of clients. And yeah. And then hopefully you get lots of jobs, and then hopefully from that you can be like, all right, cool, I need to hire some people. So what I've got is in the data, I've got the scheduled frequency. I've got Thursday, Friday, Tuesday. All right, this is working. And there's end date. You're not working for others yet. I'm going to finish this iOS dev course and make 3 apps and try and move in that direction. Now, fair enough. What type of iOS apps are you doing? Like small games or applications for something? Oh, and we've just hit another ad break. All right, here we are. We're making some progress tonight. Now, I don't know how we're going to calculate the number of repeats just yet. You're wanting to do applications. Fair enough. Yep. Yeah. So I've just lost my train of thought very quickly. Anyway. What was I thinking of? Yes, so we're coming through on this pretty quickly. The idea being is hopefully I can actually get this up and running very quickly and get the scheduler done, because from there, once the scheduler is done, I need to implement the what am I thinking of? I want to implement Celery. So Django Celery to actually get this to run. So yeah, slowly getting there. All right, we've got about 8 seconds. I'll go back to this window. 2, 1, and welcome back, everyone. All right. Oh, and don't forget to drop. I'm going to use Shocked Max. So, yeah. So we've done that. Now we've got to make it disappear when someone selects weekly. So that is as simple as doing a, so I'm going to put in day picker here. And then I'm going to go VIF. I keep forgetting what it is. Scheduler frequency model equals this. I'm just going to paste it in because I am terrible with typos. The ideal situation, my apps take off so I don't have to take on new clients. Ah, fair enough. Yep. Fully understand that. And I'm not getting the... I think the thing stopped. Hang on. Drop game. Give me 2 seconds. Sorry, I think I've got to hide that over there. I think I just accidentally gave out my token. I think it crashed. It constantly gives out my token, doesn't it? All right. Okay, hopefully that worked. Yeah. All right, try again. That was weird how it just broke. And all right. Well, at least Nightbot didn't make it. So yeah. So we do weekly. Okay, if we go back here, now we've got weekly and day. Ah, the day we need. All right, cool. So what we need is div. So div class equals row. V if scheduler frequency model equals weekly. And then we've got div class equals we're only going to have a 3 in here. So we'll have a label. And the label will be, it'll just state day of week. Just as simple as that. And then we'll have an end select, which will we need day of the week array. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove it from there. I'm going to put it in here. I'm going to do this. I'm not going to have the week array. So day of the week array. Like so. And this is going to be the exact same sort of thing. Day of the week array. Because we'll have label. And we'll have text. Should have short label. Sorry, I'm just fixing up a few things so that way I don't have multiple different arrays and so forth like that. And my music suddenly stopped again. It does this all the time. There we go. So at the end, what we want to do is, and this is where doing a Vim shortcut. Vim select similar text. I use star, gn, and dot to make the changes. Select the current word with star. Go back with n. Change the word gn. All right, way too hard for the moment. All right, label is going to be Monday. All right, cool. Gonna hit refresh. If this disappears, we're gonna fix that up right now. So, set day of the week. Short label. Yep, cool. And that will just be like bang, short label, and then we've got one with the label. So down here, what we'll have is n select. Now, if we have a look at our n selects that we've done already, what we have is the options, the model, and the class, and so forth like that. So I'm just gonna yank that. I'm just gonna cheat. What we want is we want the same as day of the week array. And the value would be day model. Oh. I'm going to keep it like that for a second. I want to test one thing. So if we hit refresh and we select multiple of these and then we change this to weekly. Okay. Let's click on this. So day model, Tuesday, and then I go set day of the week. None of that works, but if I tick all right, if I hit refresh, yeah, all right. I'm gonna need another one. So single day model, it's gonna be nothing. Done. We could potentially use the same sort of variable, but then I need to add in extra stuff into this, in which case it's just overcomplicating something where just having a separate variable would just be fine. We're not sending all this data to the back end. So what will actually happen is if we select weekly, we only get what's here. Even if we've ticked everything in here, let's say we've ticked everything in here, we go into weekly, and we send it off, even though this still exists, we won't send it to the back end. So we've done the weekly, the fortnightly will be the same. Just wait, sometimes instead of having a very, very long sort of if-else statement, we just do something like this. So what actually happens is we've got an array of known values that if it includes that, we're like, show this. So boom, weekly it'll show, boom, fortnightly it'll show, and we can pick whatever we want. And that is fine. All right, so we've done the weekly. Now we just need the end of the month. But the end of the month will be formatted differently. And X number of days before the end of the month, that will also be formatted differently. Okay. So the start end date, the default's fine. We don't need to add anything in. It's just the X number of days before end date. So what we want to do, so we actually want to copy this. I'm just going to paste this in. We're going to have a div class equals row, vif scheduled frequency model equals, and then we're just going to paste this in again. And then div class equals col md3. We don't need much space. Label. And then we got days before. And then we've got a simple import type equals number. And welcome back. How did it go? Hopefully it, well, judging from booting hell, I'm assuming not good. Like that. We want class equals form control. We want vbind. Sorry, we want model being days before. And down here, what we want is days before model, and that's going to start off as 0. And we need to be model that. I think that's all I need. No, that's all I need. Naive UI. I just want to see one thing. What's number? Number animation. Ooh. Not what I need. I mean, we do have this event, but min max. Ooh, I mean, I do like that. It might be one of those things that it will handle stuff for me. The stop code was kmod exception not handled. I have to use safe mode to redo. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, damn. Kmod exception not handled. I've come across that before. That's kmode. Is it kmod or kmode? Actual behavior installs docker unhandled sequence contains no elements. No, that's not it. Yes, I also had to enable a feature on my motherboard, and then I reset defaults and stuff like that, trying to get Windows installed on my computer, which I still haven't done, and accidentally stopped that, and Docker stopped on my computer. Yeah, depending on your motherboard. You need to just look it up. So yeah, usually they'll show you where it is. Yeah, there we go. That's where mine was. And then if you're using Windows, yeah, you got to do a bunch of other stuff too. But I haven't installed Docker on Windows yet, so don't. I haven't even got Windows installed on this computer. So yeah, I have a 2 terabyte solid state disk that's connected to my computer. It's really fast to the point that I can download a Steam game and it'll consume all my bandwidth completely and utterly. I don't have much bandwidth though, so you know, don't be overly impressed. Where was I going with this? I've lost my train of thought. Oh yes. And all this kind of stuff, and Windows just doesn't want to find the disk. There's an alternative settings though. Okay. Damn. Yeah, don't expect too fast. However, I have a letter in my front room that says I can upgrade to fiber to the premise. To be fair, the distance from my house and where the fiber is not that far. So they did fiber to the curb where I live, and I don't know how much it'll cost. It's something I should contact them and be like, hey, can I get an upgrade? I might move the number inputs into this, and the reason being is I don't need to handle the min and max. So I can do a min. I can ignore the max. Well, actually, a lot of internet places are pushing better offers now. So it's now becoming cheaper and cheaper in Australia, which is good. Cheaper and faster. I think they realize when one does it and everyone's like, "Oh, we can jump over onto this one now." I think they realize, yeah, it's the shorter contracts too. So no, you're no longer sort of bolted into 2 years. You're now bolted into, let's have a look. G, Optus, Telstra, AGL. So if you go in personal NBN plans and stuff like that, I won't put in an address. Do suitable for the first 6 months. They're not saying how many months. Min charge is $54.99. So yeah. I mean, you can have this just for 1 month. Broadband, internet, NBN home plan, internet plans. Telstra is the very expensive one. As I say that, it's like $1 for the first month and then $85. Oh, 291. Yep, all right. I'm confused by this. $1 for the first month, yeah, that's fine. And then $85 per month and 291 megabits per second. Typical speed is between that. All right. But then you go to the 85 plan. It's 25 megs. Yeah, this is super expensive. Yeah. Yeah, we'll ignore Telstra. I had a dyslexic moment. So yeah, $60 for the first 6 months when you have AGL and all that kind of stuff. It doesn't say what viewer plans. Come on, you got to say what you have after those discount. There we go, $89. So $90 for 100, and then $99 for 250. And I need fiber for this one. I can get 100 at the moment, but it won't be 100. All right. First 6 months, 120, 140. Oof. All right. $95. So that's pretty good, considering at my last place, I think I was paying, I think I am still paying $99 a month. Oh, that's how they get you. Oh, that's at 5G. Oh, for the Telstra thing. Ah, okay. Yeah, we don't have 5G everywhere. All right. Going back into here, I think, yeah, input number. Yeah, let's use it because it just looks better. So I'm going to go n input number here. Like so. And then what we want to do is we're just going to go n input number. And we're just going to have a look at the code. So we won't have a placeholder. We will have a v model value equals and days before model. That's easy done. And then we'll have a min equals 0. So we're quite happy with that. And then we just copy that. And what we're doing is we're pasting in here, we've got the number of repeats. And then we just delete this one. I think that's it. Docker tries to enable a virtual machine platform and then reboot, which crashes. Oh. What OS are you on? Okay, that's looking good. I find it annoying how... Alright. Sorry, I'm just finding one little tiny detail annoying. So we've got form control on here, and I'm just wondering whether or not we need that form control, if we can get rid of it, and I'm really leaning on just removing it. Okay, I really need to switch to Linux, but it's kind of a hard situation because I don't think Forza will run on Linux. Oh, it might. Proton DB. Have I spelled Forza right? I don't know. We'll find out. Oh, it's Silver. Silver. Yeah. Under, all right, pretty well under the experimental branch. Downscaling the in-game resolution to the third option, I believe. FPS locked at 40. It's hard to read from distance if you're playing on a controller. All right. Yeah. But you'll be surprised how many games will work. So I am playing, what's that one that with the Helldivers? Helldivers 2 has been working wonderful, apart from the every now and then Helldivers bug. It's hard to run literally anything on Linux. It's changed. It's very changed. A lot. So Baldur's Gate 2. Baldur's Gate 3. I've been running this like there's no tomorrow. It says gold here. I skipped the launcher, and it's been perfect for me. Oh, and we've got an ad break. Oh well, we can look at other games in here. Persona. Now, I have not played the Persona games on PC. I've actually got Royale on the Switch, Reloaded on the PlayStation, Strikers on the Switch. I wanted Reloaded on the Switch, but I understand it's a really new game, a lot of polish and stuff like that. So, yeah, I understand that it won't run. So, yeah. Yeah. And I think Vulkan and DirectX has come quite far too. So a lot of the DirectX stuff sort of maps, from my understanding, maps pretty well into Vulkan. Yeah, and what Valve has done with the Wine community and the Proton community and stuff like that. So yeah. What other games are there out recently? That's the one problem. I haven't played Grand Theft Auto 5. Ark Survival, that's native. I just found that boring. Haven't played that. I should play that. My partner really wants me to get into Civilization or something like that. Arma 3, I should get into that. Dying Light, I played so many hours of Dying Light. It works perfectly fine. I've been meaning to get Dying Light 2. So, Dying Light Stay Human Reloaded Edition is Platinum. Oh, nice. Anyway, welcome back, everyone. We're just looking at some games, getting distracted whilst the ads are running. My biggest gripe is with games with anti-cheat where the game would work, but the anti-cheat wouldn't work. Yeah, Doom was like that too. The instant they pulled what they were using in Doom out, it worked a treat. Like we're talking Doom 2016 here, and it works wonderful. I ended up buying Doom on the Xbox just because I wanted to play the game. So yeah. Anyway, weekly, we've got the days of the week. X days before, we've got that up, and that has that ended, number of repeats. Alright, so that works a lot better. I think getting the... I think removing the little board around it, it's going to make it look a lot nicer. So I'm going to put that in as a bug, and I know I just used the Mac shortcut keys to do that then. I'm just going to copy that. I'm going to go into NearBeach.utrack. Going to go into new issues. I'm going to paste this in. I'm going to say end date picker has a form control border around it. All right, cool. The end date pickers have a class equal. We should actually do this in here. Class equals form control around it. This does not look as good. Let's remove this class. And then I'm just going to put in an example of where it's been removed. Take a screenshot. Let's go. Let's go copy. And let's paste it in. The below screenshot has that functionality removed. All right, so I'm going to say this is pretty normal. This is very basic sort of stuff. I'm going to submit this. I'm going to assign it to myself. I'm going to call it full misc because it's everything. And I'm going to do that. And I'm also going to drop, and I'm going to do shocked max. So if you want, after you do a drop, you can put an emoji and the emoji will drop with it. However, you'll have to wait till this cycles out, and I think Shock Max actually takes the win. Totally rigged. Sorry about that. So, yeah, 85. All right. Usually it's the Nightbot who gets the high numbers. So, yeah. Anyway, considering I'd done a few changes with the numbers and stuff like that, let's have a quick look. So yeah, we can't minimize anymore. We can do that. I feel like, yeah, we need a BR after this. So days picker. Let's see if there's a class. I think there is. So yeah, margin top. I think there will be a margin bottom. So let's actually test that out very quickly. So let's just jump into here. Let's go into here. Let's start with the top one. So we're happy with this. If that is the case, what we could potentially do is end up deleting this and just going to this one and going margin top. Let's do a 3. Ooh, all right. That might be a better solution for everything. Okay, I like that. Let's get rid of these BRs. And let's actually make a bug report for us to clean those up. Okay. Should be replaced with the new Tailwind inspired classes. All right, cool. We should no longer be using break as we now have Tailwind inspired classes like might be, for example, div class equals row, which will have a margin top. Okay, cool. And then what I want to do, copy this. For more information, please see the following. All right, once again, this is normal. This is a type bug. This is submitted. This is assigned to me. This is actually going to go under MISC too, and we're going to create that. So yeah, we want that we want to fix that up. I'm just gonna put, actually, just gonna close it. Cool. So what we want, column 4, this is a row, this is, all right, cool. This one, we don't need a margin top on. Yeah, we're fine with that. This one we do. So margin top, I'm going to go 4. Yeah, and then that way we don't need as many if statements and stuff like that. All right, so that is done. So if we hit refresh, and then we go, cool. Now, this one, let's do 4. Yeah, we got that at the end, and then, yeah, there's a reason why we got it like that. So let's go over here. Let's change this back to 4. That's fine. We're happy with that. That's working like that. If we click on that, that's all looking a lot nicer now. Good. Oops, sorry, Max. I didn't mean to scare you then. And for those who don't know who I'm talking about, this is Max. It's my partner's cat. Usually it's Socks sitting here, but Max decided he wanted to be on stream tonight. So if any of you want to spend points feeding him, you can. There is the treat reward in there. And there we go. All right. That's just it. That's why I've got it on the small screen. I don't want you guys being like, oh God, I feel sick now. As I'm waving the camera around. All right, there we go. Say hi, Max. You get treats again. Okay, I don't know where Socks has gone, but she'll probably come running into the room the instant she hears the treats. Here you go, buddy. Yeah. And there you go, you did a 5th one. Usually he will, I've got the heater in the room too. It's one of those oil heaters, and usually he'll stand next to it. But I guess he's sleepy, so he's rugged up at the moment. Oh, you don't have to run away, buddy. Alright, he's running away. He's like, nope. He's now behind my laptop. I'll leave the treats in there just in case he comes back. But yeah, well. He's a bit sketchy. Sketchy? Yeah, sketchy. My kitten likes to get in between my laptop and my monitor due to the heat. Yep. Yeah, he's had enough. Yep. I did give him treats before. Because he's been really well behaved. So yeah, I think he's like, why am I getting so many treats? What's happening? Why are you patting me? My cat's like behind my monitor. Yeah, he likes getting behind my monitor too. He's actually by the heater at the moment. So I'll go back here. I'll do this. Excuse the washing. There he is. There we go. I can't pat him. He's a little too far away. All right. Yeah, I've got to put away that washing. It's been out since the start of the week, so it's not too bad. I was looking at getting a new monitor because I feel like I got to. I'm assuming have a big monitor or big of a monitor. Well, fair enough. Yeah, I went with the super wides and so forth like that. So yeah, I enjoy the super wides. And it works during stream because I can have chat down there and so forth like that. So yeah. I should set it up so it only does half the screen because, yeah, and that way I could have two chats and yeah, I'll figure it out. As long as the res is high enough. Yeah. All right. So X amount of days before that will be like that. And then end of the month. End of the month. All right, this is where we've got to pick the different days because we just need a date picker. If I just hit reset. So the 1st of June. 7th of June. Oh, yep. I can't pick anything earlier than that. That is great news. And then what will happen is if the start date changes so that it goes over the end date, I'll just forward the thing. Yes. That thing. Every stream. I should take bets how many times I get one of those in a stream. Well, he's let's not discriminate. I feel it's not the monitor's fault per se. I feel it's more the small desk. I got an IKEA desk and it's huge. IKEA standing desk. I got it for, I think, $700 5 years ago. I got the more expensive one. I got this one. Oh no, not that one. But it looks like that one. They might not have it anymore. Or it might be really, really that cheap now. It's kind of like this one. Yeah, it's kind of like this one, but it's black. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, you have the same desk. It begins with an I. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's been way too long. I'm pretty sure I have the manual actually underneath the desk, squeezed in one of the nettings or something like that, which I don't use for my cable management. So, Alright. So, we just need to do this formatting correctly. So, we've got this now. And we don't have the number of days prior. Okay. I think that's it. I do believe that's it. Yeah, it's got a little thingy here. And the net. Yeah, I think this is it. Except I've got it in black. And I don't know how to change the color on this one. I keep doing the Mac shortcuts. Alright. They're all IAD sins. No. You have that one? Ooh. We're totally getting distracted. Oh, that's just not bad. It's not bad at all. Yeah, I don't have drawers. I gotta buy another filing cabinet soon. Yeah. It's been good, to honestly tell you the truth, not having drawers, because it means I don't shove things in the cupboard and stuff like that to forget about them. I actually have to deal with them. So, not gonna lie, it's been great. To mount stuff to it. Ah, alright. Because of the thickness, I'm assuming. I just have shelves full of crap. Yeah. Yeah, no, I've been good. I don't hold on to too much clutter. So, yeah, it's been nice. Anyway, we're getting that formatting done for those. Let's go into this. Let's scroll up to the top. Let's go over here and let's go date picker. So we want month. So we got a type and a format and the month format. It's the cable management box thing. Ah, okay, yep. I have a load of Velcro straps for cable management. Yeah, I got nothing. And the worst thing is, I will use this PC, hook it up with my TV, and play like Baldur's Gate or something like that. Because I like to lounge on the couch whilst playing a game, just from years of playing Xbox and stuff like that. I've just mucked up my whole entire cable management because I'm constantly plugging things in, plugging things out. I should have a separate keyboard and mouse for out there and stuff like that, but you know, I just don't. I should have separate cables for out there so that way it can be in a certain position and I just plug things in, but I just don't. Cable management is not existent. Same. And it doesn't help that I also, at the moment, this is the most clutter my desk has. I've got 2 camera bodies on here, which I've got to do photos for. I've got 3 mice, so... And of course my usual mouse. I've got some little USBs and stuff like that. Yeah. 3 keyboards under your bed, Jesus. And 3 mice. I've only got 1 keyboard. I have been thinking about just getting another Keytron and having one for the Mac, one for my PC, and then for the one I'm not using actually slide underneath my monitor stand. Most of this stuff from my mum's work. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I've just got to organize, and hopefully this weekend I will spend a little bit of time just organizing. It'll only take me maximum 20 minutes just to organize this desk, and that's me going slowly. So yeah. Alright, so it looks like we need to do a little bit more than what I initially thought with the month format, but that's fine. That is perfectly fine. So what I want to do, I'm just going to yank this and I'm going to just paste it in. I'm going to remove this type. I'm going to remove the value of that. I'm going to do that. So we've got just these 2 values in it. I think we're going to have a computed model where we modify all of these, but that is fine. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to hit refresh. I'm going to jump on this. Yeah, it changes the date, which I don't want. But that is fine. Miss anything in the last 10 minutes? Not really. Not really. We're just now tweaking a lot of this stuff. So for example, if I've got it set to monthly, I kind of want a monthly picker in here. So we're just setting that up. We're just making small talk. Yeah, about desks and non-existent cable management. So yeah, I'm terrible with cable management. Okay, so we need to edit this, this, and this. So what I want to do is I want calendar type, calendar format, so, oh, you're eating treats. Oh, then Christ, you're not eating something random. For a second there, sorry. The treats that, the Mr. Cat, I have a Bluetooth keyboard. There's nothing wrong with Bluetooth keyboards at all. This is technically a Bluetooth keyboard. It's just always plugged in. The one reason why it's always plugged in is because I'll use it either for my Mac, my personal Mac, my work Mac, or my desktop computer, which we're on right now. So the one problem is I just got really sick and tired of pairing it, so that's why it's plugged in. I would buy one of them standing desks, but if I move to a uni campus, most of the suites already are furnished, so there would be no need. Yeah, that is a very good point. Yep. I want to get a new keyboard, but mine works fine. Yep. Yeah, I actually do want a new keyboard for work. So for those that, let's have a Keychron. I think a K6 I've got for work. It's either a K2 or K6. Nothing wrong inherently with the keyboard, but the problem is I use these keys quite a lot. So I've actually got the Key2 at home, and I realized that I do need that extra bar at the top. So if we go K2, so yeah, I've got that extra bar at home, and it just, and these extra functions and so forth like that, and I feel, yeah, the ultra small form factor wasn't for me. But yeah, I probably will buy another keyboard for work. Depends how far away you are from the receiver. Yes, that is actually a good point. When I was working at the university, I ended up buying a USB cord extension. I am not joking about this. And essentially what I would do was I would plug this into my computer, which I think at the time was underneath my desk, thread it up, sticky tape it down at the top of the desk, and then put the dongle in there, and then I had no problems. Also, it runs off batteries. Yeah. Yep. I'm pro wireless to help with okay, I can't speak. Yep. And my spare is kind of crap, but I don't want to use it that often. Fair enough. And it's way too flat. I like typing on a laptop. Fair enough. Fair enough. And good morning, I clutch pentakill. Alright, I said that one. Said it first shot. I'm gonna say, yep, that's as good as speaking as I can do today. Welcome. Good morning. How are you? I have loads of them for sit stand desks. Yep. He said dongle. You're doing good? Yeah, okay. I can't complain. I am just tripping over my own words at the moment. So, yeah. And let's do a Rubik's Cube. I'm trying to remember where I left it. I left it in the living room. I will be right back, unless I got one right behind me. It's a bit stiff, that one. I'll quickly grab the living room one. Alright. Oh, and we've just hit an ad break. So what I'll do, I'll go into ad time. Let's race. Alright, you'll probably win. I don't know if you're seeing the incoming ad break. All right, cool. It's a 2 minutes. Yep. I was like, should I put on proper pants? And I was like, no, I'm lazy. No one's gonna see the tracksuit pants. I was wrong. We do have an incoming ad break in about 20 seconds. I can't solve the cube that fast. So what we'll do is I'll solve it once during the ad break, and also I'll mess it up again, and then I'll solve it again. So, what color do you prefer? Yeah, practice run. So I also should turn off this light because it does shine this cube. So you've got green, red, yellow, orange, white, or blue. What color do you prefer? And ad breaks are taking forever. I could have just solved this. Orange. All right, cool. I'm going to do orange first. What we're going to do is we're going to see if we can beat the ad break coming in. I did not have a proper look at this cube whatsoever. I really got to sit down and learn how to speed cube this properly. Oh, I've mucked up already. Alright, orange side is done. Ad break has just started. So I'll redo this once the ad break's over. Oop, way too far for that. Oh, there we go. And what we'll do is we'll get this set up correctly. I should also make a scene where it's like cube time or something like that. Is that colors coming out? No, those colors are... Yeah, it's just this cube's very shiny. Okay, now I can't see if anyone's actually had a chat. Okay. At least my keyboard looks nice with its little shiny colors. So, yeah. Okay. All right, 15 seconds for the ad to go. All right, welcome back everyone. I'm just going to jump to the secret screen because it's bigger. All right, so orange. So we got orange here. Yeah, let's get started. So I've put that on the wrong side already. And then we do this. And we do this. And then we can just start solving the second layer. Yeah, I'm not the fastest. I need to sit down and learn how I can go from the first layer and second layer straight away. So, yeah. It's been a while since I've actually competed. Like 5 years. There we go. And let's do that again. So let's do orange. All right, let's do something random. Let's actually do the top. Oh, yep, don't forget to drop everyone. Oh, I don't know why I did that one. All right, whoa. I don't know if I can come back from that. No, I mucked that up massively. Sometimes that happens. Oh, well. Done. All right. Oh, put that around the wrong way. Whoops. There we go. Yeah. Right, we'll jump back into it. Yeah, I need to set up my own Rubik's Cube scene. So, yeah. I keep forgetting how to pronounce your name. Dwee. Do you compete? All right, so we've got these three. We're going to have format. So down here, we're going to have computed. And then what we have is calendar type. At the moment, I'm just going to go return what we've got for defaults. So we've just got date. And I'm going to drop also. I'm going to see if we can get socks on the platform. You know, is this meant to be like this? I think. All right, computed calendar type, calendar format. Gonna return nothing for the moment. Oh, I am fat fingering like there's no tomorrow. Calendar month format. Max is sniffing the bed at the moment because he's like, socks is in there. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. She came and took it when you ran away. All right, let's. I don't know if those will work. Yeah. Model build failed. Alert. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm just gonna comment those out. I'm just gonna delete those two for the moment. What I'm going to do is I'm going to paste them there and I'm just going to comment them out. That's perfectly fine. We're going to wait a second. There we go. We've picked it up. So it works. So sending that back works perfectly fine. All right. Now we do have quite a bit of space here. We could potentially... I think putting this in a friendly formatted date would be a lot better. Just trying to remember where we did that. We did that somewhere. I know we did. You need to learn JavaScript soon? Oh, well, we recommend Free Code Camp. You can use GitHub to sign up for it and so forth like that, but that's optional. Just go to menu, curriculum. Then what you've got here is you've got a bunch of other things to learn. So you've got JavaScript algorithms and data structure, which you can jump into and be like, all right, cool. And then that will teach you how to use JavaScript and so forth. So for example, it will also teach you how to make a Christmas tree. Yay. So yeah, highly recommend it. It's a free resource. So yeah. So I should close that. I will definitely say you can definitely learn JavaScript just by playing around with it. Another thing you can also do is if you open up your keep forgetting what it's called, web development tools. Sorry. you can go to console, and this is just a JavaScript thing, which you can play around with straight away. So we can go var a equals hello world, and we go a hello world, and then what we can also do is do console log oh, I forgot how to do the banana thing. So yeah, what you could do then is be like, all right, cool. Banana. So yeah. W3 schools is also good, which is free. My uni JavaScript class was just W3 schools. I wonder if they've actually fixed this up. All right. So sorry, I am going to a certain thing. Create table mine. Yep. All right, cool. Insert into guest first name, last name, email, values John. All right, yep. Insert into that. Yep. That's still like that. When is it going to... okay, they've... I don't know if that's... I would have to read up on that. So yeah, I remember a number of years ago cracking the bejeevers because something like W3 Schools was showing the incorrect way of actually doing SQL. So the idea is you're meant to actually clean your variables, so forth like that, before pasting into your variables, because there's things as SQL injection. So yeah, it's good that they've changed that tutorial, but I don't know PHP. I don't know PHP enough if that's the correct formula method to use now. I would actually have to research that. You actually prefer reading documentation rather than doing courses? Okay, yeah, fair enough. Hopefully free co-camps like that too. You paid yours earlier this year. Yeah, I paid my my Hex deck off last year, which was great. Just before the increase, the massive indexation, which was like huge. So I've been Hex free for a while. It is great. Yes, the Mozilla Development Network was also another good place to go. So these guys are good. So yeah. Anyway, going back into this. So this is working. So what we need if start of the month or end of the month, dot includes, and this dot scheduled frequency model. And then what we want to do is we want to return month. Else we just return the date. Yeah, same. Mine was actually a few hundred back too, and I was like, holy hell. So much nicer. Oh, 7 to 8% on your student loan. Ouch. Damn. Yeah. Do you have enough pies to make a cluster? Nice. Yeah, I've got to start putting some VMs on here and start getting into Kubernetes, so that way I can fully support NearBeach on it. So if we go into weekly, this is still like this. If we go into monthly, oh yeah, we need... No, monthly is fine with this particular calendar. Start of the month, perfect. This is what we need. But we're going to change the date of that. So the calendar format, that's going to be like this. And then once again, it's going to be very similar to this. So yeah, month, I think. Let's have a look. Yeah, month. All right, got that a bit wrong. I like it like that. And then this is going to be very similar once again. We just paste this in, and then we go month. Otherwise, we return month. Actually, I think this is just going to be the same. Oh, and the music stopped. There we go. Okay. So I'm just scrolling up here. vbind month format equals month. Actually, that won't be a vbind. That will just be month. This academic year, I spent around 9.2k on the degree itself, and then I had another 3 to 4 maintenance line. Oh, in all of my loans. Ah, damn. So I put 1k of my student loan in the S&P 500 because YOLO. Ah, fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, my uni fees were about 3k per year, and maintenance, I don't remember. Yeah, I remember when I left uni, I ended up with I think 35. Which isn't so bad considering I did a 1 degree, then decided to change into mathematics, and then did that part-time and so forth like that. So all of that was being added up and indexed. Yeah, and it took me 13 years to pay it off, which, you know what, it's fine. It's fine. I'm the lowest because my parents make, yep, fair enough. All right, so that is rendering perfectly fine. That's looking good. I like how it's like that. All right, cool. And then if we go into start of the month, and that's where, yeah, we want this sort of format straight away. So, I remember teaching just after the fees went up, and there was a student doing nothing in the labs. I worked out he was paying around £200 an hour. Wow. Damn. That is a lot of money per hour. Fees / contact hours. Oh, yeah, fair enough. I think if I go back to uni now, I would be more dedicated to actually learning than I was. I think, yeah, I just think I was overstudying. Sadly. When I finished, I was definitely overstudying. All right, format equals calculate calendar format. And let's remove that. And then what we want to do is year, month, day, I think. Let's have a refresh. Zero, zero, zero. All right, that didn't quite work because that is meant to be month. Okay, let's hit refresh. Yeah, that works. I mean, we kind of want it like this. Let's hit refresh. Yeah, and then we need day here. Let's be consistent with how we've set it up everywhere else. We could come back and actually reformat everything at a later date. Yeah, cool. And then if we change it to start of the month, it changes into that sort of format. Sweet. If I get a full-time job offer, I'm going to actually consider dropping out. Oh, fair enough. Uni's wasted on young students. Yeah, I think it's just as I grow older, I can concentrate a lot longer and stuff. So yeah. And I do miss those days of being able to just do nothing. And we want calendar type. All right, cool. My friend is pushing me to do a master's as well, but I don't think it's worth it. Oh, fair enough. Yep. Worth seeing if you can go part-time. A friend of mine did that. Did the OU while working 4 days a week. Yep, that's another thing. I ended up working part-time because I got a job at the university. So essentially I volunteered. I then pointed out to someone that that's not how you build a system, a database system, and this is what you want and so forth like that. They were just an admin staff person. Anyway, I ended up getting a job there, and then essentially I was building small little database solutions and so forth like that. Nothing large. We're talking like the first project was built in Access database because they had no money. Then I got paid to actually maintain those particular systems for a little bit. Then I got ported into essentially what is now considered a data scientist role. In which case I was essentially using quite a lot of SQL, the Oracle database, crunching data, a lot of Excel. I started learning Python and stuff like that, and then I got headhunted to go into an IT department for a support role type of situation, and yeah, and then from there I sort of got into my current position. So yeah. I might do that if I get a job so I can finish what I started. Yeah. I remember graduating. It was glorious. It was so worth it. Because by going down into part-time, even though I had like a year and a half left, that still adds up quite a lot. But yeah, I needed to go part-time because it was taking me 2 hours to get to uni. That was dragging me down. The chat is like, 2 mods, shout to a crowd. Oh, just me. Yeah, fair enough. It's very needed, trust me. Alright, so what we've got done is we've now formatted this so that way if the person switches from day of the week to start of the month or end of the month, it will change. It's fine having that initial date in there. And then what we need to do is we need to work out the number of repeats. So that's going to be the harder thing to do. Yeah. I'm just trying to think how we can do that. If, for example, they've unticked this and they're like, all right, cool, it just doesn't end or anything like that. And we could leave this here for the moment. We could potentially set this up so that way these don't end and that the user goes into the administration portal and sort of deletes it there. That is plausible. However, I feel like we should do this. Yeah. And we're going to need to draw this out. So let's go over here. Let's type in the problem. So problem. How do we calculate repeats? Number of repeats. All right, so we've got different sort of scenarios. We've got the day picker, the day picker. And we've got two ways of doing this. So just because I love making it complicated for myself, if we click on this, we've got two of these. So we could potentially here, let's start with the day of the week, and let's say we pick this and we go from the 1st to the 7th. So that's 7 days. So we've got a Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So calculating wise, what we do is we know Monday's ticked, we know Wednesday ticked, and we know Friday's ticked. And we're like, all right, 3 days between those days. That could work. And this is where I need... We could do this in a loop. We can go through each day. I'm trying to figure that out. So the simple way to do this is if we look at the calendar, we go and include this particular day. We go 1. I'm going to use the fist to count. It's 1. That day isn't ticked. Okay, move to the next day. Sunday, not ticked. Monday, it's ticked. Tuesday, not ticked. Wednesday, it's ticked. Thursday, it's not ticked. Friday, it's ticked. And then I think the Friday is the end date. So we do include that. Yeah, Friday is the end date on the 7th. So we're like, all right, cool. 3 days. Done. That would work. And it's just a for loop that goes through each single day until the end day. We could do that. That's going to be easy to program, but I don't think it's going to be efficient and yeah, don't think it's going to be efficient. And the other thing is Oh, it is. Yep, yep. No. At the moment, I'm trying to calculate number of repeats. So yeah, this will always be the next day. So this is on the 1st. It's the 31st today. It's JavaScript. It's not going to be that efficient. Yeah, I know, but we could probably do something smart. I don't know if there is a JavaScript days between two dates sort of functionality that we could use quickly. I mean, yeah, that's the difference. Yeah, we can always get the number of days in between and then just loop through and be like, all right, cool. And just do a count if those values exist. Yeah, that's one way. Otherwise, let's see this. I need to get a JavaScript, the number of Monday, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays between two dates. For example, that and that date. All right, cool. Like that. Sweet. I mean, we could also do this. If there's a calculation to do this, then all we need to do is sum those values where it appears. Anyway, thank you very much, Doi, for the follow and watch. I do hope you are enjoying my content and have fun. Thank you for, watching. So I do hope to see you next time. So, yeah. And an ad break. All right, cool. I have now got the cube. Let's do another one. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Bang. Yeah. Cool. Let's do something weird again. Let's do the top. So we need to get this. All right. So what we've got is we've got the bottom. And we got the top, but we haven't done everything yet. So, and then orange to there. I was hoping to solve it by then, but no, nope. There we go. Another solved cube with 20 seconds left to go. I did the slow way. So let's see if I can beat the ads. All right. All right, yellow. Okay, and welcome back, everyone. We're just solving the cube once again. This won't take too long. We're pretty much done now. There we go. Cool. And the music just stopped. There we go. All right. So retrieve how many Mondays and things. All right, cool. One approach to this would be to calculate the number of complete weeks before the two dates and then work out the extra days over the period in order to calculate the dates. There are a higher count should follow as okay, cool. Ooh, maybe you need to mark it as an active tab. Since YouTube could see you as not active. Sorry, Aiden, what's the context with that? And hello, Jean. How are you going? Hopefully you are going well. So, yeah, I don't think I think that's overcomplicating it. I think we should just go back into the for loop. Calculate the number of days between two dates. Yeah, I think... Oh, YouTube pausing. Ah, all right, cool. Sorry, since YouTube could see you're not active, maybe mark the add tab as active. Hang on a minute. I could. Give me 2 seconds. Whoa, sorry, that's really loud. Sorry about that, everyone. And don't forget to drop everyone. And that is an awesome emoji, the stinky glitch. I am dropping with Judgmental Lily on that one. I will say that gave me a good chuckle. Alright, so I think for the moment, potential solution. What we do is we count the number of, we get number of days between dates. Loop. And just count. I think that's it. Why are you counting? So if let's say the set day of the week, I pick Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and I'm like, let's start at the 1st, let's start at the 7th. I think if we get the number of days in between, which is 7, and we just go, all right, from here, 0, nothing, nothing, 1, nothing, another 1, nothing, another 1, and it finishes on the 7th, and we include it. I think that would probably be the easiest solution I can think of at the moment with JavaScript. We do have access to Luxon. Which might have a better way of doing stuff. To get the number of repeats. So we'll calculate it in the front end and then we'll send that to the back. It's probably stupid, but after 2 hours of documentation, I'm using less than since moment. I cannot find out how to count Mondays or Tuesdays between 2 date time. I can't find the method or loop for the set of dates. I basically need to know between 2 date how many Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, etc. to plot the graph how many. Alright, you could use this to get the number of days, to get the day of the week. Because at the moment, how we structured the database. So what we ended up discussing is number of repeats instead of the end date. I mean, we can store both things. That's easy. But it just means that way, if we do an end date, we should exclude number of repeats. Because yeah, if we got an end date for the set day of the week, for weekly or fortnightly, yeah. Do you use a drawing pad? Yeah, I just got a simple basic Wacom tablet. It's the 1 by Wacom. So, yeah. Except one or the other. Yeah. Should we just scrap the end date completely and just have number of repeats? That way, it kind of matches what we've got in the database. It kind of makes sense. We've got the countdown thing happening in the database. Yeah, I think that will be better. Yeah. Can I sort the problem? Alright, sweet. So, to give you the helicopter view of things, we're building the ability to schedule objects. So, for example, you might have a weekly object or a weekly task that you got to do. At the moment, we're actually focusing on the scheduler itself. So, we've built the template builder. That's working perfectly fine. We've now got to get the scheduler to work. So the idea is this will save everything in the backend. So yeah. Yeah, I'm just thinking if we do that nocturnal, we would probably need to change that and put that as end date. We'll still probably need a run count. I mean, we can store both values. That's... Yeah, let me just undo that. Let me just erase that little line there. We can. Wait, let me click on you. So we'll just go end date. Here. But then I still need to calculate this. But the thing is, now, if we do have number of repeats... It is technically redundant. That's the one problem, because we would then just focus on end date. So if we were to do conditions, we'll be like, all right, is this the end date in the future? Yep, we still run this particular task. If it's behind us, no, we don't run it. And then we've got the case if there is no end date, we should put a date in the future. Just have two conditions. I mean, we can. But if I've got just the end date, I don't need to calculate the number of repeats. Or should I? If the number of repeats is set to else use the date. Yeah, but everything... That's the problem. If I pick anything, set day of the week, and I have an end date, it'll have an end date. Fortnightly will be the same. Monthly will be the same. Start of the month and end of the month, they can have the same. So, for example, 24 of June 24th of June. That's a bug right there. I didn't fix that up. I should fix that up. That would be just one run. And then in the code itself, I would just be like, all right, cool. Has the end date sort of passed? Like, is it in the past? I wouldn't need number of repeats then. I would just use that logic. And then for anything that doesn't have an end date, I would just put super in the future. Yeah, but the thing is, if we are using end date, we're using end date for all of them. Which makes that redundant now. Because you would just use the end date. You wouldn't want to use this. You might want to say go to this end date. So let's say we're going up from the 1st of next month. If I were to do that, let's say I wanted to do, let's say to the 21st, that's how I would do it. And the idea was this was meant to actually calculate the number of repeats. Or you might want to do the next 20 Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. Okay. And then you would key in 20 here, and then it'll update the date appropriately. So that would be 3, 3, 3, 3. I'm just gonna say, let's say 12. Let's do 8. Sorry. 3, 3, 1, 2, and then land on the 19th. Okay. So you're saying do one or the other. Okay. In which case, then, yeah, I need to do... All right, cool. Now we go back to the original problem. Is for set days of the week, if we start at number 1, and let's say we do up to the 19th, we need a quick way of going through and be like, all right, cool. And I changed this day here to, like, let's say the 20th. It's going to stay at 8. I know that. In fact, let's go to the 21st. I need a quick way of wrapping around in that and being like, all right, it's got to be the 8th day, 9th day. Oh, good. Yep. All right. So let's keep both in. What I was going to say is I can calculate it here. And that way people can modify the numbers. Yeah, I kind of want people to realize that the end date and number of repeats are the same. So when you update this, it'll automatically update this. Because in reality, they are kind of the same. Select which one they can use. All right, that is also another option. In which case, I can get rid of this has end date. And then have a simple drop down. I like that idea. All right, thank you, Nocturnal. All right, let's go in here. Let's go has end date. We're going to remove this. All right, we're going to have label. This will be end date condition. We're going to have an end date, end select, where we're going to have a v bind options equals, and then end day condition list. Then do a calc as you figure out which, or either send. So for example, if they pick the number of turns, what I can do is I can send a blank date to the back end, and that way it ignores it and so forth like that. So yeah. And now I'm getting distracted with the cube. All right. Sorry, I need to solve the cube. Yeah, all right, I'm putting that over there. So we've got end date condition list. We will has end date, we're going to delete that. End date condition list, that is going to be an array with options. So it's going to have a value, and we're going to have a value of no end date and a label of no end date. And then we got a value of number of repeats, label number of repeats, and then we have value, and then end date. End date. All right. So going up here, we now have end select all of this. I'm just going to end it like that. We've got the v bind, and then we got the v model value equals end date condition model, and by default that's going to be sorry, that should actually belong after here. End date condition model, and that by default is going to be no end date. Everyone's happy with that. All right, sweet. So this now changes, and don't forget to drop everyone. And you can key in. I'm going to go. Actually, I'm going to go Toby Tripod. Oh, no, all good, all good. It's great that I've been able to sort of throw this at you. I wouldn't have, without your help, I wouldn't have thought, hey, we can actually have both. And that is actually an option. So, yeah. All good. All right, so we do need an if statement for this to, if it appears in a certain way, or I can just do something like div class equals row mt4 down here also. Just do an end div here, and then just do this, and then do that, and that. Missed the kettle boiling about 3 times. Oh, I know that feeling. I know that feeling like there's no tomorrow. Yeah. Label for no. We're getting rid of that for. So we've got both of those. That's good. And then we just do VF equals and end date condition model equals, and what we've got is number of repeats and end date. Number of repeats. Okay, and that should work really well. That should just fit in. So if we hit refresh, we've got that. Oh, this doesn't work. Ah. Yep, all right, cool. We can get rid of that very quickly. We can fix this up. Ah, piss. Hate when that happens. Fat finger and something and it comes back. Has end date. Let's get rid of that. Cool. So, if we waited 1 second, we hit refresh. Pretty sure I've removed that now. There you go. So, start date, end date condition, no end date. Otherwise, we've got number of repeats and end date. Now, number of repeats didn't work. I am just double checking with the view. This is the no end date. Hang on, I've mocked something up. Hit refresh. Number of repeats. Let's copy that. Let's jump over here. Let's paste what I got. I've probably done a spelling mistake somewhere. So let's wait just 1 more second. Let's hit reload. I know I've got an ad break starting in about 3 minutes. So number of repeats doesn't work. Hang on a minute. Just hit refresh. That's why I've got list. Silly mistake. There you go, number of repeats. And done, and then end date. Cool. And then if we do the same thing for start of the month, and we got end date, yep, number of repeats, perfect. And then X days before. All right, I'm liking that. I'm liking that functionality. It means it's going to be a lot simpler. So I don't need to do any calculations whatsoever, which is great because I was dreading that. So now with the create a new project, the idea being, if we hit refresh, this, if they create a new project, this shouldn't work. We need to send up a validator being like, all right, cool. Is this valid? No, it's not. Why isn't this valid? And so forth like that. So yeah, what we need to do is when these aren't working, we need it to state, hey, one of these has to be ticked. Not too worried about the start date, because worst case scenario, if someone is able to get the start date in earlier and the end date in earlier and stuff like that, the system ain't going to work. Because it's just a numbers game. There's 3 conditions that I can think of whenever dealing with time. So here's our timeline. Let's say we're here. The first condition is we're before. Second condition is we're after. And the third condition is we're inside. So, yeah. So it doesn't matter if we have a weird condition where the start and the end are flipped, because in reality this fall is the same as this and this is the same as this, in which case it shouldn't start with that logic. All right, so going here, we need some logic. I think we can use the view validator for this. All right. View validate. What checkbox? Oh, and there are ads on. I think I know the solution for this. I think it's going to be a required. Bear with me. Sorry, I need to rush off to the bathroom. I won't be long. And once we're here, there goes socks. I'm back, and welcome back everyone else. Okay. Here's socks. Yeah. This is what happens sometimes on, at time. All right. Okay, let's see if this works. That might be a thing in the future. I just have Chrome just running it. All right, validation box. Are they going to be as... same as. I'm currently working on validation. I had used VueValidate as a validation library. I've successfully done form validation, but I checked when I came back to the... All right, let's... All right, let's just think about our form because it might be very simple what we're doing. Okay. So if we got set day of the week, this isn't valid. And I'm just wondering if number of repeats and all that kind of stuff. I mean, this would work perfectly fine in the sense that this just never gets run. So someone might want to set something up, set it up like this. We can't change the dates whatsoever. That won't work. We need validation on that. And validation on that. And validation on... but the problem is the validation's all different. Okay. Let's have a look at this. Default value we don't want. Yeah, I'm gonna have to come back for the validation. I'm gonna have to think about it properly. Because set day of the weeks, we need to validate that one of these are ticked. Weekly. We need to make sure... this will be done. We need to make sure that one of these are ticked. Fortnightly is the same. Monthly, make sure... Alright, cool. Start of the month, end of the month, and X days before. And what we do is we have a max value of 14 for this particular one. Number of repeats. No, that's fine. Days before, min 0, max equals 14. All right, cool. I should split this up. All right. All right, so validation. I'm just going to cross this out. And I'm going to write the solution at the bottom. Solution. Use both end date and repeats. All right, so validation. So we've got specific validation for this. So we have common. And we have specific. She says socks is sickness because she can't see her pores. Yeah, she's currently in a semi-loaf at the moment. So she's got her paws like wrapped up underneath here. She's like, nah, keep my paws warm. She's sockless. I actually saw another cat. I thought it was Socks until I had a look at her back paws. Socks does kind of have white on the back of her paws, but to say this cat had long stockings compared to Socks was, yeah, she had long stockings on. So yeah, and she walked differently. I was like, Socks is walking a bit differently. She hasn't got a usual spring in her step type of thing. And I was looking at this cat, and this cat's like being very curious, and I'm like going, what's wrong with Socks? And it wasn't until she turned around and I was like, that's not Socks. Socks doesn't have legs like that. So yeah, there's another little cat running around. Another little Socks. Alright, so we got common. So if we have a look at this, we got, this will always be on something. So we don't have to validate this. Start date we'll need to validate. Oops, I was meant to click on that. I will just undo that very quickly. So start date needs validation. It just needs to make sure that it's there. No date condition, we don't matter at the moment. So let's just leave it at that. What we have, days of the week. We need to make sure, so I'm just going to draw little boxes to remind me what I mean by that. The other cat shall be stockings from now on. I love it. I didn't take a photo in time. I was literally like panicking, being like, oh my god, it's not Socks. And I was like pulling out my phone, and the cat jumped through a hole in the fence. I was like, ah. I was going to share it to other people. Okay, so weekly, day of the week. Alright, so I'm going to default that one. So we don't have to validate it. And this will just be Monday. Because the less I have to program in for validation, the better. So, yeah, Monday. And then they can't clear that whatsoever. Fortnightly will be the same. So they can't clear that. Monthly. Once again, it's just the start date. End of month is fine. End of month is fine. They won't be able to clear that, will they? Ooh, it needs to be a date. So, days before. Default 0. Could store the end date condition if you wanted to make your life easier when figuring out the termination. At the moment, if we've got number of repeats or end date, I think I'm going to keep it simple. I think... Yeah. Because number of repeats, 0 would be good. Because that way it does it once. Alright, so we've gone through there. The other specific condition is number of repeats can't be 0. So this is conditional. Number of repeats. Okay. Default 0. And the other one is end date. It just needs an end date. Default same as start date. All right, cool. All right, I think that's it for the validation at the moment. And what we could do is we can calculate a validation array above and then just have that appear on top in like start date needs to be something and so forth like that. I don't think we could potentially pass through true statement, like a Boolean statement to flag it on and off at each one of those variables and stuff like that. I mean, that would work. Oh, sorry, you're out of time. Yeah. So at the moment, when we hit this, it does pop up with this, and then we need those flagged. It'll be simple value is required, value is required, value is required. Just having a good think about this. The other thing is what we could potentially... We need to get this data from here upstream. So whenever there's a change or anything like that, we can do the validation then. So at the moment, we've got the object template constructor. And then underneath, as a sub-object, this is where we've got the scheduler information. None of this information is going upstream. So upstream does not know about any of this. We need to actually do that. And I think that's where we can do the validation. And I think it's just going to be a lot simpler if we also pass up that validation. We probably... Yeah, we probably... Alright. So what we could do, by default, have it like this, and then have a validation error straight after that being one of these days has to be picked. That would work. Otherwise, we can tick one of these on. And the one problem is, I don't want to have someone tick on this and... I'll show you. I'll show you. Let me just set this up. This will be very, very quick to actually set up. So, where's the days of the week? Days of the week, label, so forth like that. So we got to... This is setting up all of it. So if we've actually got a label, class equals error, let's just want this over here. Let's want this over here. Let's want this over here. Please select at least one day. And then we've got a v if scheduled frequency model dot length equals 0. All right, very basic. This is going to show up straight away. So if I hit refresh, maybe not. Maybe I've just gone crazy. Did I do it on the right one? Yeah, I did. Still generating stuff. All right. It's just not wanting to show it. We have a VF there. Ah, I'm using the wrong one. Day model. All right, terribly sorry about that. Let's hit refresh. Please select at least one day. And then if someone clicks on that, notice how the mouse moves away and stuff like that. I don't think it's going to be good there. I think what we need to do, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's delete those 6 lines. Let's key it underneath. Let's wait 1 second. And there we go. And then when someone clicks on that, all it's doing is moving this. It's actually not moving this whole block. We could potentially look at putting it on the side. Which will be very easy to do. And we div class equals col md1. Let's delete those 6 lines again. Let's place them in here. Let's just do that. Now, I realized after I did that, we should have been using 6. However, there's 7, so we need to use either 5. And then we wait just a little while. We hit refresh, and there we go. Please select at least one day. And I think that's going to be probably the better solution. All right. Otherwise, I've just got another idea. All right. Give me 2 seconds. Div class equals colon 12, no matter what. Nah, mobile. Yeah, I think of mobile, stuff like that. I was going to put a label up here, be like, please select one of these and so forth like that. I mean, still can. I'll figure it out. I have to think about the specific label layout for this. But I think set day of the week will work perfectly fine. Weekly. Okay, let's go back to the validation. Sorry. Let's do this. So set day of the week, this will not validate straight away, so validation will be false. If we change this, we do want to rerun validation. If we change this, we want to run validation. Yeah, because someone could clear this out. This, someone clears that out and then puts that on, then goes back to that. Yeah, all right. We need validation run on all of those. Okay, cool. So I'm just finding out when I want to trigger the validation check. So straight off the bat, let's put in a simple is validated. Is form validated. False. Is form valid. Straight up, false. Because we know it's going to be false. Because we don't have a default value in here. The next thing we want to do is we want to do calculate validation or update validation. And that is just going to check the whole entire form. So we'll add code in here in just a little bit. And then the next thing we want to do is we essentially want to watch everything. We want to watch all the different values we can do. So day model. So day model, end condition, end date condition, model. I'm just writing in model, hoping that thing will pop up. No. So end date condition model, end date model. Number of repeats, yep. Scheduler frequency model. Single day model. And start date model. All right, so all of these will essentially have this dot update validation. I'm going to call it update is valid. And then what I want to do is I want to yank 2, and I want to just see if I can cheat. Yes, I can cheat. Awesome. So much better than the other day when I screwed it all up. I just realized that I have forgotten the quintessential semicolon. So give me a couple of seconds as I put that back in. All right, so those are going to make sure that if any of those particular fields are updated, it happens. And what we want to do is when it updates, we want to send it upstream as a JSON value. And inside the JSON value, we'll have everything we need inside it. So we'll have a -1 for yeah, all right. Cool. I've just got to think about other things too. Not last date. I just want to see if we support, how far we can support with the JavaScript time. I don't know. All right, Cool. So we need the conditions set out. And hey, Owen, how are you going? Hopefully you're going well. Don't forget to drop Owen. I am going to drop Eve. A very old photo of Eve there. That's actually taken on film, and that's how old it is. And she just goes straight down. You're flying across the screen. Whew. And here comes Nocturnal with Pip tiddly-tattling away. Or typing away. Doing good. Finished my first freelancing gig. Nice. Sure. Alright, whilst you're doing that, what we got to do is we've got common, and then conditional, and then specific. So common. This dot start date model does not equal nothing. Okay, so we're going to assume, so let is valid equal true. We're going to assume it's true first. Assume the best. So then the common, so if we all hosted my DigitalOcean server using Nginx. Let's have a look. Yeah, I can share this on stream, I'm assuming. Main Laravel, PHP, and nice. Still loading for me. But that could because of a number of reasons. And Laravel, PHP, and MySQL. Yep, all good. Oh, the video's not working. Yeah. So the homepage itself was a bit slow. Why is that? Size 17. Yeah, that shouldn't be slow. That's 6 kilobytes. JavaScript and all that is fine. Yeah. Yeah, it's just the MP4s. Okay, it's looking good. It could be slow because I'm wherever this is hosted, it could be sending traffic a long way to my web browser. So one way to test is you can use VPNs to actually test your site for different places, or you can cheat and use Tor, which is the cheap VPN option. Okay, yeah. Well, it's looking good. Yeah, I'm not throttled. Tell you what, if I turn off disabled cache, I stop and I reload. Where's client or previous work? I'm assuming under showcase. Ah, yep. Oh, yep, that popped up pretty quick. But yeah, I think one way to test the speed, because yeah, I could be getting this from servers near Ireland or something, which is probably why it's going so slow. Yeah. But yeah, good work. Anyway, Wolf, going back into Brightland. All right, there we go. So we just got to make sure this is null. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up the view tools over here. Scheduled frequency. I know you guys can't see it because it's behind chat, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to go start date model. I'm going to clear it out. I'm going to click somewhere else, and it says null. So if this dot start date model equals null, or this dot start date model equals empty like that, just in case, then what we want is valid equals false. And then what we also want is let error is we kind of want an error to pop up there. So start date, and we can actually do that as a span. So span class equals error. What we tend to do is we tend to split this up like this. Sarah, v if start date model equals null, or start date model equals that. And then we just do that. And then what we need to do in here is simply state, please select a date. All right, so that should be that simple. So then this will be like, hey, this is actually false, cool, done. Send data upstream. What we want to do is we need to add code in here. So common, sweet. So if we go back over here, conditional, number of repeats. So now, if I go in here, let's say I pick number of repeats and I clear it out. Go over here and have a look. I've got number of repeats null. But we only want this to be valid in conditional validation. So only in certain cases. So if this dot, it'll be end date conditions equals, and that will equal number of repeats. So if I hit refresh up here, there'll be number of repeats. I'm double checking that I've got this correct nowadays. All right, paste number of repeats, and this dot number of repeats equals null is valid equals false. All right, cool. And then what we do, number of repeats, we're just scrolling all the way up to the top to the number of repeats. So start date, end date conditions, that's perfectly fine. End date, we'll fix up the end date in a second. End date condition models, number of repeats. What we want here is simple span. If number of repeats equals null, class equals error. And then we go like this. Number of repeats, please have a number greater than 0. Please fill out. There we go. I think you, oh yeah. Cool, yep, that's gonna fail. So then they have to key in like a 0. If they key in a -1, oh yeah, it gets rid of it and defaults it to 0. Perfect. All right, please fill out. I think that will fit in there perfectly fine. Start date will fit in there perfectly fine. And then we got end date. So end date will be the same sort of thing with the conditional stuff. So up here, we just spread this out. Then we go span class equals error. And then we got v if end date model equals null. Please select, what do we have? Please select a date. Cool. So we go back down here. And then if it's at the end date and I hit piss off, and I hit refresh, it's just end hyphen date. All right, cool. So conditional values, if this dot end date condition model equals end date, and this dot end date model is null, then we're going to go is valid equals false. Easy done. So that gives us those two conditionals and the start date, and then now we're doing specific. So we've got two more specific. So if this dot, what did we call the scheduled frequency model equals, and it's just going to be easier if we go days of the week. Set days of the week. We just copy that. We're cheating, all right? It's easier. And this dot day model dot length equals 0 is valid is false. All right, cool. And then if this dot scheduled frequency model equals whatever we have, and this will be for the days before default. Let's just copy that. And this dot days before model equals null, then yeah, is valid equals false. Okay, cool. Yeah, so a lot of if statements, I know that, but that's perfectly fine for the moment. What we could do later on is we can just do a conditional type of thing. Yeah, we can do something. However, at the moment, that's fine. We will have validations. Oh, we need to do days before validation too. All right, cool. Days of the week. Yep. Days before. Yep, cool. Span class equals error. VF. What is this? Days before model equals null. And then we have please fill. Now, alternatively, instead of having is valid false, let's screw that, go default. So this dot days before model equals 0. That one will definitely send upstream. The end date, let's default that. Is the start date, and that's perfectly fine with the start date being false and stuff like that. We could make the start date today. We could very easily do that. But no, I think is valid there is going to be better. And yeah, if someone gets rid of that, adding in that, yeah, that works. And this one we could default it to this dot number of repeats equals 0. It's that way we're not dealing so much with the validation, we're actually fixing up issues. Yeah. This, yeah, we want that. This, yeah, if they delete the stuff, we want it to unvalidate and stuff like that. So if we hit refresh, we've got this. So if we do X days before, and I just delete that, and it goes, please fill. All right, so please fill will appear. Okay. So I think I've got basic sort of validation done. Now we're just got to send the data upstream. So what we want to do is send data upstream. Like so. And then we've got send data upstream. And I think we just send everything. Because we're not going to need that information. We just replace it, and then it's fine if we're updating information. We're not going to send further, because we could make a change, and that change will just, yeah, I think send everything. Let's keep it as simple as possible in the code. Let's not add it on too much stress here. So this dot emit, $emit. What we're calling it is update schedule the frequency, and then we're just gonna do pretty much all of the model sort of stuff. So all of this. Okay, cool. Day model. This dot day model. Easy done. End date condition. Oh. Oh, I do have it. All right. Should actually appear end date model. Oh no, it's meant to appear after end date model. This dot end date model. All right, number of repeats. And then scheduler frequency. I'm just gonna, copy and paste, because I'm not gonna spell that correctly. All right, the schedule frequency, single day model, this dot single day model. Start date model and this dot start date model. All right, cool. And then all we need to do is up in here where we've got the scheduled frequency. We're not sending anything down at the moment, but what we want is on update. What did we call it? Update scheduler frequency. All right, so we're just doing that. Then we send through the data, add code. All right, cool. So yeah, now we've got that headed upstream. We need to send up if it is valid. So yeah, that way if someone tries submitting it, it doesn't work straight off the bat. So that'll be down here is, what are we calling it? We never updated the thing. So update the value, this dot is form valid equals is valid. Done, easy done. That way we're only updating it once. So we don't try, is form valid. Cool, so that will send that data upstream. And then essentially we need all of that data up here. So yeah, that won't take me too long to actually implement up here. It'll take me a couple of seconds. So let's do it right now. Let's move the scheduler frequency over here just so I can actually read what we've got. So day model is going to be like this. And date condition model. And it's going to be, yeah, I think so. And date model is form valid, is schedule form valid, false. Number so hang on, let's do this properly. All right. So the idea is we need a default. Okay. We're just scrolling up here. I'm going to put down here scheduler, new scheduler object. So what is this called? Scheduler frequency. Data, we're keeping this separate. Days before model, and that's going to be the same as over here. And then we've got day model. We just paste it in. All right, we're happy. Day of the week, day of the, all right, cool. And date model, let's just paste it in. Yep, cool. Model, we're just paste that in. Is form valid. Cool. Number of repeats. Frequency model. Single day model. And start date model. All right, so I think that's an easy way for us to actually differentiate between this is actually for below. Yeah, and we're sending stuff up All right. Cool. So straight off the bat, submit. So if form is correct, or display group permission issues, or opposite this dot is form valid. So that will start the new toast, and everyone will be like, oh, okay, cool. So if we actually test that right now, so we wait a couple of seconds, hit refresh. Let's scroll up. Let's actually pick a type. Let's pick this. Let's pick that. Let's do this, and so forth like that. And let's hit create new project. Some fields that might be marked incorrectly. Done. And if we pick that, and then we go create, and it hates it anyway. Oh, I haven't updated it. That's why. So what we got to do is update scheduler code frequency is essentially, if we scroll up, we're just going to, actually I'm going to yank that. So 32 to 40, that's 8 plus 1 is 9. We're just going to do that. And then we're going to go update, yep. We're just going to do this. And then we're just going to go Shift V. We're going to bang all those down. We're going to go Control V. And we're going to go this dot and done. And then what we're going to do is equals data.days before model. And yeah, this is just us updating the data. All right, so waiting a couple of seconds for the editor to do its thing. So it's now happy. So it should update that data straight away. So if I hit refresh, all right, and I'm going to hit refresh again. We're going to have this, we're going to have this, we're going to have this, we're going to have this. Submit, yeah, it has a problem. Click on Sunday. Create new project. All right, that's done. That's working as intended. Now we've just got to send the data up, which is in its correct form. So this is where I'm just trying to think whether we want to do this on the, if we want to send all of the data, and then the backend handles it due to the conditions. And I think that's probably for the best. Yeah, let's open it up in the sense that it's expecting any field whatsoever, whether it's full or not. Just wondering if someone could do something tricky. We already have things filling up anyway. Or if we just send just the data we want and save the back. Oh, but we got to do the if statements on the back anyway. Because certain fields will fill out with certain values. Yes. All right. So what we're going to do, we're going to send all that data to the back end. Every little bit of it. The idea with this is what will happen is the backend will handle it. Yeah, it's going to be a lot easier to do it. We're going to handle that data no matter what. So actually sending only what is required is not going to really work. So yeah, all right, sweet. So what we want to do is with the send data, what I'm going to do is I'm going to we're going to hijack this. Like so. And we are going to remove this. It'll make sense once I've done it. I'm going crazy here. All right, so Control V, let's do all this. Change up there. So data to send dot set. We're going to key this in and we're going to do that and we're going to hit there. Done. All right, cool. And then in here, what we want is days before and day and then end date. Oh, we don't need the end date thing. But we need end date. Oh, and we just hit another ad break. Okay. Sorry about this. I'm going to quickly finish this up. Just because, you know, this is just number of repeats. Yeah, we'll just do this very, very quickly. Cool. All right, ad time. We get to pat socks for a little bit more. There you go. She's probably enjoying that. Or she's probably thinking, I just want to go to sleep. Stop touching me. Go to bed. Jesus. So, yep. Okay. Oh, closing that. Okay. Oh, I hate when that happens. I was. So I'm just playing on my laptop at the moment. All right, is Coffinger still awake? He's probably not. Yeah, he's asleep. Okay. Ooh. All right. And welcome back, everyone. Sorry, I was just getting distracted. I'm figuring out who we're going to raid next. So, yeah, welcome back. So, we've got all of this set up here. So, this will send data to the backend. We now need to create a form for this. So, what we're going to do, new scheduled object, I'm going to paste that over there. And what we're going to do is we're going to open up the NearBeach and get that data. So NearBeach, forms, hello, forms. Am I blind? There it is. Yes, I am blind. Don't answer that question. I am, seriously, sometimes I just don't understand why I can't see things. This is why I have things in alphabetical order, because I won't be able to find things at all. It is horrible. All right, so we've got new scheduled object form. So what we want is days before equals forms dot, and we just want a number input or integer field. All right, simple, done. Day, now day itself. So if we go into weekly, I think the day is going to be like that. So if we go to config provider and go into new scheduled object and we go down here, so day model is just, it's an array. All right, so that will be day equals forms dot, now it won't be a model choice field, it'll just be a choice field, and then choices will equal Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Required is false. So all of these will be required false. In fact, that integer field default, oh no, required equals false. All right, yeah, we don't need that. Don't send all the mouse socks. Say hi to everyone though. Be like, hey. The end date. Now, oh, give me 2 seconds. All right. This should be actually scheduler end date. Like that. So let's fix that up very, very quickly. Let's go over here. Over here, sorry, I actually key in scheduler end date and then scheduler start date. Let's do that. Let's paste that in. Let's do that. Let's paste that in. All right, cool. So yeah, we'll have that in there. Let's go back to the forms. So after day, we've got number of repeats. Required is a false. Then after that, we've got scheduler frequency, which will be forms.choice field. And then choices will equal, and this is where, then we've got schedule end date and then single day. All right, so the choices, we'll actually grab the choices. All right. I was sending it up. I need to get it from him. I'm just going to paste this over here. And what we want to do is in the forms, we just want to do this. And we just want to cut and paste. So copy, paste. copy, paste. I know this is really doubling it up, but that being said, kind of needs to be done. Oops. Screw it, I can type this out. Monthly, start of the month, end of the month, X days before end of the month. In reality, this can actually be part of the database, so we have something in the database and then we just go, oh, select everything from here and all that kind of fun stuff. That we've done that with, for example, titles and so forth like that, and it makes it very helpful for doing certain sort of stuff. However, if someone comes in and edits any of those, it's just going to break the system. So that's not ideal at all for storing this sort of configuration in the database. So yeah, the joys, eh? The joys. And I just don't know how I can, in Django, set it up so that there's two users, one for admin, and make sure that the web user doesn't have as strict permissions and so forth like that. So yeah, that's why we're copying it in. So, and I've done a spelling mistake, QE. Sweet, so choices, this is required. There we go. All right. So, let's see if it'll still send stuff to the back end. So I'm just going to hit refresh. I'm going to tick this and tick this, and I'm going to fill this out. So let's say we've got a task. We've just got all of this. And then we just hit create project. Failed with status code 500. So why is it 500? Server error, response, too many values to unpack, expected to. That should be a multiple choice field. So I will need to come back in and clean up the code a little bit. Don't know why I refreshed. I could have used that same thing, but that's fine. Let's just go bang, bang. Let's go bang. And let's go bang. So 500 error. All right. Well, damn. Oh, the person I was going to raid just... Oh, no, they're still there. They're still there. All right, cool. So I thought they moved on, but they didn't. All right, sweet. So